wanted to talk about that we're getting our boots. Yes.
So Love Local Fundraiser, Blood Drive, JAE.
And maybe a tag.
With that, Miss Murray, will you please do roll call?
Mrs. Schumacher? Here. Mrs. Anderson? I'm here. Mrs. Wood? Here. Dr. Franks?
Here.
Mr. Gardner?
Here.
Mr. Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Wright?
Here. Thank you. And now if you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll move on to our education corner. Dr. Libby is going to talk to us about the new CTE building that we have and a little bit of an update on the new high school.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, board members, community members. Yeah, I'm excited about this. So, new CTE building. So I'm going to cover some pieces. So December's meeting, leading up to the December meeting. I won't pull it towards me. I'll just move the mic back so you don't have to worry about the sound. I apologize for that. So we bought a new building. One of the things that we were working on as Mr. Celeroli and I have been working with the new construction of the high school. I've had an opportunity to meet with some community members in the high school. And we realized that the amount of space that we're given from the high school is finite. And we have a significant number of students across all of our grade levels that have the drive and the wish to be in our CTE programs: automotive, welding, metals, wood shop, CAD, robotics, and then it expands from there. We have an aviation program. We will have an agricultural program, but it's an expansion. And what we recognize is that with the construction of the new high school being built, we only have so many square feet that we can work with. And there is no way to meet all of the needs of the students that had requests. So from this year, we had 462 students that want to do woods. You can only get 200 in the class. That's as many as you can take, and that's with the 0 hour. 312 for automotives, 314 for welding. All of our classes, we have way too many kids that want them, and we don't have the space in those programs to actually work with that. So in the process of meeting with the community group and recognizing, hey, we've got to figure out how we can get some square footage, and then working with Dan and our architects to where you have to encapsulate everything within the square footage that the state is going to give us. For us to get square footage to get that big to build onto the new high school, we would have to go out for a bond to build all of that extra space. And here's what we know, or what we knew prior. There's a district north of us that is building a project that is about 22,000 square feet, and it's going to cost them about $20 million. There is Green River, who's looking at doing a remodel, and remodels are expensive. But their remodel, I think, is about 8,000 square feet, and I believe it's going to be somewhere around $6 million. We had a chance to work with Miss McDonald, who did some work here prior to coming to us in the community. She got us into contact with a few locations that we went out and looked at, and we had an opportunity to visit several times with Mr. Green at the Green Building, which is out towards the fairgrounds right across the road from Rocky Mountain Power. Got it right. Right across the street from Rocky Mountain Power. 43,000 square feet in the first building, 6,000 square feet in the second building, 18 acres, $5.5 million. We got a steal. In comparison to what we would have to go out for a bond to actually build something that could house the number of kids that wanted to be a part of that program, we can do that at this school without having to go out for an academic bond to build onto the high school. So we are saving funds for the community by doing this. I want to make this really clear. We're talking about academic facilities here. So by purchasing this building, we can double down on our CTE instructors. We can get more kids into classes that they want to take, and we can meet greater number of their needs. In the process of doing this, we also have that facility that's pretty much on the same side of town. So we're not driving back and forth across town to get to it. So we're going to take care of some of those challenges right now, and it eliminates the need to go out for an academic bond. Keep that in mind, because we're going to get down to talking about the rest of the school here. One of the things in understanding around schools and facilities, this money that we used for this was not funding that was for the new high school. This was separate general funds. So we bought this property outright. The school district owns it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. Because we own it and the state doesn't, this is ours. We could do whatever we want on this property, including the 18 acres. If the state was involved in the purchase of that property, if and when we were done with it, state would have dibs on it back, right? But we own this. And none of this money is the money that is going to the new construction of the new high school. This is our own general funds. So part of that, and one of the questions was, well, this is going to take away from some of the facilities and the funding for the new high school. No, it doesn't. The high school funds that came from the state pays for the career technical areas in a capacity for labs, classrooms, cafeteria, gyms, auditorium, safety features. It pays for the football field and the track, but it currently does not cover turf yet. We are hoping, knock on wood, this time around that the legislation is going to throw turf into it being a standard, and then we don't have to worry about that. So none of these funds are going to take away from any of those portions of the new high school that are going to be built. One of the questions that came up and I wanted to make sure I hit is, well, what was the purpose? Well, over the last 10 years, there's been multiple independent reports on the high school as to whether or what we needed a new one or not. We just had another report in 2025 that indicated, yes, we still have an issue with the construction at the high school. It is in deterioration, and the protocol states that it is easier to rebuild than it is to restructure the new high school. That's not us, that's the state. Another portion of that is when people say, well, how could that possibly be? The structure's there. It goes into the financing around it as to, so if we have 1,200 students at the high school and that building needs to be restructured, where you put 1,200 high schools while the high school is being restructured. There isn't a space for them. So the new build is what came from the state, and it is the project that we've been working on and this community's been working on for a really long time. And we are going to get this thing done. Current conditions. So one of the pieces goes back to like, why can't we facilitate and why can't we just recoup the work that needs to be done at the high school? So the high school makes up 17% of the district's total space of all of the buildings, but it takes up anywhere from 35 to 42% of our major maintenance funds. So just keeping the building online costs the district a significant amount of money, which is also another reason why we are trying to push people rapidly to get this new high school built so that our major maintenance isn't always going into a building that we have a potential to be closing down here in the next 3 or 4 years. So that's the other push for moving this forward. Additionally, because we're being very conservative in our processes, our leadership in the facilities and maintenance is that we are piloting a new maintenance program for the state that models how we do all of our work, not only here for the reflection of the districts and its commitment to being proactive in our responsibilities for our facilities management. If this project goes well, the state is going to pick this whole program up as a whole. And we are working with our group here with the state on modeling this for them. Along with this construction or along with the purchase, we've already talked about that this expands the opportunities for our students in those CTE areas. So the new high school is still going to have a wing that has space for CTE programming. Previously, some of those rooms were 3,000 square feet, 4,000 square feet. We don't need that now. What we've done is we've shrunk those rooms down so that they're smaller in size because I can repurpose the square footage. Where we were struggling again in the building was whether or not we had enough activity spaces for our students. So by purchasing the building and moving our larger CTE programs out there that we can expand, it allowed us to repurpose almost 10,000 square feet that was going to be part of a CTE program into the athletics and the activities area. So the initial build had one main gym, which was 94 feet. That's the competition gym. We have basketball players in here. Yeah, you're all out there. 94 feet. So it's the competition size gym. And then there was one auxiliary gym that was 84. So the auxiliary gym, if folks have tried to go and see like a lower level game and the net drops, there's nowhere to sit. That's the 84-foot one. So you have a high school that's going to have over 1,000 students and you would have had one main gym and then one auxiliary gym. What we did is we repurposed the 10,000 square feet and we moved it down to the athletics and the activities area. We put an entrance onto the auditorium. We put a direct entrance into the physical education where the gyms are. And we are currently working on a 94-foot gym with 1,400 seating. So you can have an assembly. And then the extra square footage goes right next to it with another 94-foot gym with 1,400 foot or 1,400 seating next to it. We still have a large weight room like we currently do. We still have a large wrestling room that we currently do, but the expansion of those two allows us to split those main gyms into 4 auxiliary gyms, which allows us more gym space for all of our programs. It also puts us in a situation where like currently we can only hold regional sports in the state because we don't have a facility that can hold the capacity that the state requirements are. Our 1,400 seating in both those gyms allows us to have state tournaments here. So now folks aren't driving to Cheyenne, folks aren't driving to Casper for some of these. We can get into the bid so that we can hold those projects or we can hold those facilities here. It also provides revenue for the community when we bring those programs into our area and folks don't have to drive across town. So moving forward, the reason why we did this is because it provides more access to our students. It gives them access to the programs that they're asking for. It gives us the space to expand. Not only our vocational programs, but it opens up those spaces at the high school that can now be repurposed for 3D art. If one of the other academies, ASP, HOKA, needs a space or an area to where they need to expand to do work, there's rooms there where they can expand and they can reach out into those to do that work. What is not part of this and what is going to be our press from here forward is the project for the high school is moving forward. It goes back to the state here in about a week. Value engineering group, we get our 10%, and then we are going to try to skip a few of those returns because we're pressing forward pretty rapidly. What this doesn't take into consideration and what the community is going to have a conversation about, and we will start getting information out, is the high school does not encompass a pool. It's not part of the build. We have the architectural design that if we had to stop and go out for a build or to get a bond to build a pool onto this, it would stop the architectural design for the high school and it would delay the build as a whole. We can still go out for a bond for the pool. We can still build a pool on the physical site where the new high school is going. So that's not an issue. But we are not going to delay the construction of the new high school to wait for a bond to go because that would go in August or November. The second piece that's come up quite a bit is an indoor track. If the community wants to go out for an indoor track, we can still go out for a bond for that. We can ask the question and you can choose to do that. But that's not part of the build for the new high school. because we would have to stop and delay, and we don't have the square footage, and we don't have the funds for it from the state to actually make that occur. So what's happening here with the new building is the new building allows us to expand all of the major 4 vocational programs. It puts us right out into the community where we can start working on our business partnerships. It allows us to double down on some of our programs and our teachers now, so we can double down on the students that want to take those classes. It puts some of those students further ahead, so if they want to go on to greater certification up at Western, they can get into some of those more advanced classes than we didn't have the capability of getting them into ahead of time. It allowed us to repurpose over 10,000 square feet on the current build so that we could build out our athletics and our activities areas to expand those out. So once again, we would not have to go out for a bond on academic program or an activities portion of the program. What the community will have to decide is whether or not they want to do one of those other portions of those build. And we have plenty of time this spring that we can gather information, gather design, push this out to communities, have open meetings for folks to come in and visit. We can reach out and have some more of those conversations along with some of our other supports and services as we move forward. But those conversations won't delay the work of the construction of the high school being done. The other thing that should occur here pretty rapidly is that we've talked about the infrastructure on the property, that we have a lot of traffic because the high school is now going to be right next to 3 other schools. So we already have a lot of traffic out there on that side of town if folks have tried to drive around over there. So what we're doing, and Dan and I are working with the city, is putting in some internal roads to the east side or the back side of the elementary schools that will cut up the back side of the property and then into the high school heading north and then over towards Stagecoach into the parking lot, so that we can get some of our drop-off traffic that's either going to Sage, Pilot, or Stagecoach off of the main road. It gives us greater access for students that would be driving to the high school to come in off of that. There's no reason for us to delay on that. Construction's going to have to get in there anyway. And I think the city and some of the community members that live out there would appreciate us being able to have some other avenues instead of, let me see if I get it right, Regan, Summit, and Stagecoach. So we're trying to alleviate some of the traffic issues that we have out there right now. So we're moving forward, full steam ahead, and we're really excited about how this process is going to go. Kayla and I know that we have a bunch of work that we need to get out here rather rapidly on those 2 other projects that would come into play with a pool and potentially an indoor track. We had some other ideas that came up as far as the expansion of program. But we're excited about where we're at in this process. And that new building has really opened up some great avenues, not only for us in the construction of the school moving forward, but also for our students that are going to be taking part in those academic programs. So thank you if anyone has any questions.
Any questions? I was just going to ask, have we had any progress with the variance on the parking lot situation with the city?
So I know that Will has a conversation coming up with the city here in about a week. Was it the 20th? Yeah. And I've spoken to the mayor. He's fully aware of the issues that we have. The current parking situation is, it's a lot of parking that they want us to have, almost to the point where the entirety of the rest of the lot out there would have to be parking lot besides just the stadium. It was massive. Was it 1,800 spaces? 1,500 plus employees, which is almost the entire space, which puts us into a situation that having 2 practice fields, auxiliary fields out there in any form or fashion pretty much wouldn't be able to, because we would need to pave the entire quarter of the lot, which leads us to other issues with like water and prairie dogs. So, and nobody wants either of them in their yard or their basement. So the mayor was positive about the conversation. We've had some good conversations with them. They recognize that some of those previous issues could have come because the high school was smack dab in the middle of a residential area up on the other side of town. If we can shrink it down to a manageable size, it also opens up a lot more opportunities to expand some of the property out there. I have unjokingly been giving Will a hard time because I know he's a hockey fan, and so am I. So there's a low space that could potentially put us in a space where we could flood it out and we could have some outdoor ice in the wintertime. So if we could stay cold enough. So I'm always in favor of that too. So love to have some outdoor ice. So yes, thank you for the question.
Thank you. And with that, you're still up. We'll move on to superintendent highlights.
Thank you. So we're going to tag team. I only have a few things here, and then I'm gonna pass it over so that give Jane a chance to speak here a little bit. She's got some highlights that she wants to talk about at the high school. So one of the things I always put out here is we always do our enrollment. We are 4622 down from 4636. I did have a chance to talk to Miss Sylvia. We have between Thanksgiving and the beginning of second semester, we have a population that kind of leaves for the holidays and then comes back right around the beginning of second semester. We do have quite a few families that are still gone on vacation and haven't come back yet. But in the process of talking to Miss Sylvia, we had some families that left right before break, which was a little interesting. And it was due to some of the politics that occurred right before break in Venezuela. So we had some families that have left us, and we think they may have gone home. But it was unique enough for it to be part of the conversation. I think we've been watching this gradual decline over this year from 4766 down to 4622. Mr. Gonzalez and I are paying attention to this because ADM matters. Like our average daily membership is how we basically make money from the state. And if our numbers continue to drop and those numbers continue to drop significantly, that means the revenue to the school district drops as well. So we kind of have our red line numbers in here to where we are going to keep track and keep talking that if we start hitting some of these specific numbers in some of these months that we'll be sitting down here in the springtime to put in some measures that may have to be cost savings as far as how do we make up for it if we continue to drop 150, 200 kids at a pop. So 100 kids is $1 million. It's the easiest way to do it, 10,000 a kid. So if we start dropping 200, 250, 300 students, you're talking $2 million, $3 million. And that's substantial. Even in a $96 million school district, you got to pay attention. So we've been watching this and having some internal conversations around let's put some of our highlight numbers in here that we need to really start paying attention to so that if we hit some of these numbers, that we have some plans that start to kick in to make sure that we are not overspending and getting ourselves into a deficit spending situation. With that, I'm going to shut this mic off so you can turn yours on and we don't throw everybody off. Should be right on the bottom. Yeah.
Hello?
And if you drag it, it's going to screech. So he'll mic you over there, and then you've got topics that you can talk about.
Hello. Okay. My name is Jane Feldbaum, and I'm the president at Rock Springs High School. And 1 second. Yeah. I just had some things that I wanted to talk about. The first one being is that we have our 18th annual blood drive challenge coming up, which is a challenge between Rock Springs and Green River High Schools to see who can collect the more blood in the span of 2 drives. We then have our blood drive basketball game where the winners of the blood drive challenge are announced. We really want to get our trophy back and beat Green River. This year, our game is here in Rock Springs on January 30th, and the winner is announced in between the boys' game and the girls' game. And yes, we want to get our trophy back, but a big thing that I found out in doing these blood drives is that every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs blood and or platelets, which it can be someone closer than you think. yeah, you never know. And approximately 30,000 units of red blood cells are needed every day in the US. So, yes, we're trying to get our trophy back, but it's also about saving lives. 1 pint of blood can save 7 babies or 3 adults. The Rock Springs blood drives are January 20th, which is our community day open to the public at the Bunning Freight Station from noon to 6. They do accept walk-ins, but they recommend that you make appointments, which I'll talk about in a second. January 22nd is our school blood drive for Sweetwater County School District staff and high school students over the age of 18. To make an appointment, you can contact any of the student council members at the high school, or you can make an appointment through the Vitalent website. We also have a flyer on our student council social medias with all of the contact information on it. The blood donation process is actually really smooth and quick. And the first time I donated blood, I was really scared, but it was okay. And the Vitalent staff are really great and make you feel really safe and comfortable. And something that I didn't know when you donate is you get a notification when your blood is on the way to the hospital or when your blood is in use in surgery. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Next is Love Local coming up, which is our big fundraiser. We used to do Make-A-Wish, but we have kind of transitioned it into Love Local. So this February, Rock Springs High School and Green River High School student councils come together to make dreams come true for families and organizations in Sweetwater County through our second annual Love Local fundraiser. This initiative invites local families and community groups to submit their wish list for the chance to have their needs met or dreams fulfilled. The Love Local fundraiser is more than a celebration of community spirit. It's a commitment to bringing joy and support to those in need, whether it's providing essential household items, funding school supplies, or creating opportunities for young local youth. The goal is to spread warmth and generosity during the coldest months of the year, usually the coldest months. Love Local is a collaborative fundraising event. It's Rock Springs and Green River. We used to do Make-A-Wish. We don't not do Make-A-Wish anymore, but now instead of a competition, it's a collective effort. We do still grant one wish for kids with chronic illnesses to do a bucket list item, but now we also do grant wishes for people locally. So how it works is families and organizations in Sweetwater County can apply to have their wish lists granted by submitting an application. The application is on the Rock Springs High School Student Council social medias, Facebook and Instagram, and there's a little QR code that leads you to a link to fill it out. In addition, let's see. It's about creating a ripple effect of kindness and showing that Sweetwater County takes care of it. So there's lots of ways to get involved. Community members and businesses are encouraged to join the effort by submitting a wish list or application for themselves or on behalf of someone in need, donating funds or items to help fulfill wishes, volunteering time or resources to help support fundraising events and wish fulfillment. And we also, this week, our events are spread out across 2 weeks, and we have really fun events coming up. You can pay to put a toilet on someone's yard. We do, I like that one. We do Dancing with the Stars.
You're good.
Okay. We do Dancing with the Stars, which is was very popular last year, but you can, we have teams that do dances, and then you can vote who is your favorite and all that. And then we have just a bunch of other stuff, music bingo, students versus staff, basketball game. And yeah, that is coming up. It begins let's see. Our main Love Local week is February 16th, and it spans throughout the week, but our events actually start the week before. And yes, we are just trying to fulfill as many wishes as we can for people in our community and also still supporting Make-A-Wish. So that's that with Love Local pretty much. And we have some academy highlights at our school. We have 3 academies. We have CTE, HOCA, and APS. And I'm in APS, which is the Academy of Public Service. So with APS, all the juniors and seniors are certified in ICS 100 and 700, which is the Incidental Command Systems. All the juniors are certified in CPR. All the seniors are already certified in CPR. The sophomores have been on numerous field trips to local agencies. The academy ambassadors for all academies are starting freshman recruitment next week, trying to get those freshmen to register for our academies to get them in. The seniors put on the Grinch on trial before winter break. Elias Griffin, he's a basketball player. He was actually our Grinch, and I was on the prosecution, and he was found guilty of stealing Christmas, it's just mock trials are fun because you learn a lot about how the legal system works while still having fun and creating stories and asking really intense questions. The seniors put it on, and the juniors got to watch and also help decide if he was guilty. The juniors are presenting case podcasts on Wednesday, January 14th at Rock Springs High School. They pick a criminal case study, and they do a research on it, and then they do a podcast about it and present it. Juniors and seniors have been job shadowing with many local businesses and all academies. They go everywhere, really. Fire, law, hospital, health. We've been going everywhere. It's really fun. The seniors are continuing to mentor at Pilot View and Eastside for the first Wednesdays of every month. We get to go in and sit with a class for over an hour and help them with whatever they need. The Health Academy is continuing to make their meaningful impacts both within our school and in our broader community. Our juniors and seniors have had some amazing job shadowing opportunities as well, thanks to the business partnerships they have established within the medical professionals. The students have been on ride-alongs with emergency calls with Castle Rock Ambulance and the fire department, where they assisted paramedics in caring for injured patients. One of the HOCA seniors was able to observe a cesarean section birth and provide assistance in caring for the newborn. And they've had students observe several surgeries, including a total hip replacement and spinal surgery this year. Yeah. The Giving Pact project is currently providing weekend support and food to approximately 155 families. This includes students and households from Sweetwater County School District 1 elementary schools, Overland Junior High, High School, and Wamsutter. This essential service helps to ensure that children have access to food throughout the school day and into the weekend, reducing food insecurity and supporting student well-being. In addition to the service initiatives, the Health Academy is proud to have 3 students currently enrolled in the Wyoming WWAMI Medical Education Program at the University of Wyoming. These students are Allie Lang, class of 2018, Annika Seavrud, class of 2020, Celeste Keelan, class of 2020. The WWAMI, standing for Washington, Wyoming, Alaska, Montana, Idaho, is Wyoming's medical school partnership with the University of Washington School of Medicine. It's a rigorous, fully extended medical education pathway that trains students to become physicians, Coming Foundational Science coursework with extensive clinical training across the region. Admissions to this is highly competitive due to limited sizes. Wyoming is allocated only about 20 seats per year, and demanding academic and clinical expectations required for success in medical school showcase the necessity of a strong academic foundation that begins within the walls of the Health Academy program. Nationally, medical school admissions are among the most selective of all graduate programs, showing acceptance rates often in the single digits at many institutions. Even within regional programs like the WWAMI, students must demonstrate strong academic preparation, commitment to healthcare, and readiness for challenging medical curriculum. By participating in such a rigorous program, their students are not only advancing their own educational and professional goals, but also positioning themselves to help address Wyoming's rural healthcare needs. This is a critical workforce priority for our state, and we are proud to have former students meeting this need. We have many former HOCA alumni that have come back to Rock Springs to support our healthcare needs and are proud to continue this mission. Ooh. That was a lot, but that's all I have for the academies. I just have one more thing, and that is the J Foundation. The J Foundation is also part of the Health Academy. It's a senior project, but the seniors that are working on it presented to the school board September 8th. And after a lot of hard work and fundraising, they made $46,000. And I'm happy to say that as seniors, we are getting our boots January 29th and 30th. For those that may not know what it is, really quick, it follows the story of Jay, who was a son, brother, and friend that was always there for people in his life, not just the close ones, but all the people he crossed paths with. Jay grew up in Pinedale. He loved to fish, spend time outdoors, be on the boat, and hang out with his friends and family. Jay was an amazing country swing dancer, and he loved his cowboy boots. In 2016, Jay unfortunately took his life, which was a shock to everyone that knew him. At his funeral, full of people from all walks of lives wearing cowboy boots, there was a commitment made that something good would come from such a great tragedy. That good was brought to life through the J Foundation, a foundation that is bold, inclusive, nimble, and generous. They strive to create hope and a future by taking a transformational approach to mental health awareness, suicide prevention, and providing healing for those who have lost loved ones. They do this through a simple platform that Jay loves so much: cowboy boots. With every pair of boots comes a conversation that would never have happened, a boot check moment we all needed. After seniors get their boots, they are encouraged to participate in boot checks every Thursday, where you wear your boots to school, and it offers an opportunity to check on your friends and bring up hard conversations in a much easier way. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Jane. Is my working? Okay. That was very thorough and very much appreciated, truly. And a good segue, I will just quickly address the shirts that we wore last month. I didn't even think at the time that it was an unspoken word, I guess. And so it was just the board's, one of the board's choices in making sure that we show that we're supporting mental health and suicide awareness, and just making sure that we show that it's top of mind and something that's very important and near and dear to us, and ties right into the J Foundation. So thank you for that update, Jane. I will briefly touch on the formal committee assignments for 2026. They are posted on the agenda, and they are also posted on our website. But just to touch on them, Ms. Schumacher will sit on policy committee. Mr. Sorensen, Dr. Franks, and myself will sit on facilities. Mr. Gardner, curriculum. Dr. Franks on fine arts. Ms. Wood on Region 5 BOCES. Mr. Gardner and Dr. Franks on Sweetwater BOCES. Mr. Sorensen, Ms. Wood, and Mr. Gardner on transportation. Mr. Sorensen on insurance. Mr. Gardner, Ms. Anderson, and Ms. Wood on negotiations. myself and Miss Schumacher on extra duty, Miss Wood on Head Start. I will represent us as the WSBA Area 8 Director with WSBA. Miss Anderson with Sweetwater One School Foundation. Miss Anderson with the Rec Board. Dr. Franks with Wellness, and Miss Schumacher with Calendar. A lot of those you'll notice are extensions of last year's committees. A lot of people are finding a lot of fulfillment and joy in what they're doing, and I think it makes sense to just build on that. So thank you guys very much for those additional commitments. And then I did ask last month if we wanted to talk about any additional informal committees. I threw a couple out, but I just wanted to see if anybody else had any additional thoughts. The two that I threw out were the crucial conversations, which would just be about messaging, making sure that we're getting our stakeholder feedback and what that looks like, how we go about it. The second one would be a mission and vision visibility team. I only have one idea on that note, but I think that what some of the other districts around us have done with different plaques and things like that in their school board venues as well as their schools are just really keep mission and vision top of mind. And I think it'd be beneficial to look into that. Are there any other informal committees you guys would like to look at or talk about? Does anybody have interest in the two that I mentioned? I'm seeing heads nod.
Something fun.
Okay, then we will see if we've just got the two. If anything comes up before February, please reach out and let's talk about that next month. At this point, maybe just quick show of hands if you're interested in the crucial conversations. Okay, then we're going to have Miss Anderson, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Sorensen, and Miss Schumacher. Why don't you guys cover that? And then mission and vision visibility. Dr. Franks, Miss Wood, are you okay to join me on that one? Perfect. All right, great. Next update, the book study. I am going to ask you guys if you're happening to find more fulfillment in it. It feels like it's a very repetitive message. Maybe I'm wrong. If somebody would like to continue on that book study, I'm happy to do so. But in conjunction with an update that I was going to bring up next, I might suggest we maybe change our focus to Lee Pritzel's book. And his book is called The School Board Playbook. We have asked or reached out to Mr. Pritzel to come to a board retreat. Miss Murray has reached out to each of you on some dates that might work. It is a 2-day event, probably 8 hours total, so it's a pretty big commitment, but I've heard nothing but great things for the other districts that have worked with Mr. Pritzel. And he was also at the WSBA annual conference, had some pretty good messages as well. So is there any opposition to maybe switching to this book and having some of it under our belt before we visit with him?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I think Chad would hate to leave this book behind.
Yeah, I can tell. Some people are feeling those same sentiments. Okay, let's do that. And on that note, please reply to Miss Murray on some tentative dates that will work for you. A few other things. January 22nd, we are changing the breakfast with superintendent to 9 o'clock instead of 8:30. So a small switch, but last Thursday of every month starting at 9. Did you pick a location for this one?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
We'll find one. And we need to talk if it's the last Thursday, it'll be the 29th. Because there's 5.
Oh, did I say 22nd?
No, you're right. It's the 4th. This is a strange month. We've got 5 Thursdays this time.
Okay, so how about we post it on
Yeah, we'll
the
put it
district
on. I'll talk to
website
Caleb.
with a decision? So take a look at that. I know we have some people that attend. I really appreciate that. Would love to see you there. February's workshop, we're talking about doing some in-house board member training. And then at this point, we're going to see what date lines up for Lee and the rest of the board. And then at the March through May, we've kind of thrown out the idea of doing some of our board workshops at various schools around the district. So we'll start lining that up as well, just to make sure that we're getting out in our schools and being able to have the conversations with staff appropriately. A couple more things for you guys to please pay attention to. Recalibration meeting is January 22nd and 23rd. The agenda is on the legislature's website. This is unique because it's a pretty big animal. And in talking to WSBA recently, there's some things that are very obvious and straightforward. Like one of the things they're looking at is trying to force all districts in the state to be on the same insurance program, which may present concerns for different districts. But there's also some hidden concerns. One of those is that they're wanting to suggest prohibiting districts from earning interest on their accounts and having to count that as local revenue. So recalibration is a big topic. It also is pretty tied up with the litigation and the stays that the courts ordered. But from my understanding, we don't anticipate any action from the courts prior to the legislature having to make some decisions. So please, if you're able to attend or at least watch that, they're also looking for people to testify. You can testify virtually. You don't have to be there in person if you're able to do that. And on that note, the legislature starts in a month, and there's a lot of bills starting to be submitted. I think last year they finished out around 250 or so bills affecting education. It was almost a historical year on the number of bills. I don't know what this year is going to look like, but I'm guessing similar. So it's important that we stay up to date on those and that we're having conversations with our local legislators as to how we think those will impact us. So let's keep that conversation going. One thing I might point out, and I don't have the exact stats or numbers in front of me, but I do know that it's been over a decade, closer to 15 years since the last recalibration decision was made. I think one thing that's important for our community to understand is there's a base salary that the state suggests paying teachers, and then there's what districts pay teachers, and they are not in alignment. And so when we have to go above and beyond that pay to retain and keep our teachers, we have to find the funds and the places to do that. Since the last recalibration, the base salary from WSBA's quotes has only changed about $160 over the last 15 years. Everybody knows, like, that's nowhere near what inflation's doing. That's like far gone, right? The other thing is I've heard the legislature is a little bit upset because last year they provided an 8% raise that they envisioned going to teachers that they thought you were just going to get an 8% increase in your paycheck. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. When you take out all the insurance, all the other funds that have to go in, I think teachers ended up getting somewhere around 4% or so. And so the legislature thinks of the money's been misused. It's not. It's how it's always been used, and it's appropriate. But the vision or the tone that's out there is that we gave them this money and they didn't do what we thought they were going to do, when in all reality, the entire state did. So please, if you have the opportunity, be educated on it, be able to talk to your legislators, and realize that even that 8%, which we all very much appreciated, 10 to 15 years of a 3% inflation is 45%. 8%'s a good start, but a far cry from where we need to be. So a few things to keep in mind and be active with. That's all I've got on board reports. I'm turn it over to our board members. Ms. Anderson, do you have anything for this month?
I do have a few things. Now, darn it, I read that book. I know that we're going to get rid of it, but I'm on chapter 9. And there's a few things that I want to talk about really quick about that book because I thought it really pertained to everything that we're going through right now. But before I do that, I want to say that the high school students really need to be very proud of themselves with all the stuff that they're doing. I had no idea all of the everything that you guys are getting involved in, and give yourself a pat on the back. That's really awesome. Thank you for those updates. Okay, so I read through this book, and I didn't think that there was any entity that had more regulations and rules and laws than healthcare. But finding out there's 300 pages of research and different types of what would you say, testing that they put the students through, and everybody that's subjected to that besides the students are the parents, the down to the custodians, the bus drivers, admin. And so I just wanted to give everybody kind of a shout out, because that's got to be very, very difficult when the rules changing or the research comes out and it's a little bit different, and you're under a lot of pressure to take care of our most prized possessions, our students, our children. And as a parent and a school board member, I just want to say thank you to our administrators and our staff, our teachers, and everybody, our coaches. I can't imagine how hard that must be to go through all of that stuff. So, and then just to challenge our board and the community to, when we start to have kind of a negative pulse on what we feel the school district is doing, let's reach out and have a conversation, because we really need to be on the same page. We want to move forward. We want to do what's best for these students. And I'm hearing so many great things. So we need to get on the same page and support our students, support our teachers, support our admin. And kind of went down a rabbit hole with the book, but that's your guys' fault. You gave me homework and there it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Gardner? No updates? Dr. Franks?
As soon as I find the button to turn this on. So I've had the pleasure of having the juniors and seniors start through the Health Academy. Now, I don't know if it's a pleasure for them to come and rotate at my clinic, but it's been refreshing. Again, I'm myself not having any kids. My thought process was, what's going to happen, but it's been pleasantly refreshing to see these young kids come in, more young adults than kids, and actually have their pathway already kind of in play of what they want to do and so forth as far as that goes. So, that's a shout out to all the high school, and it's a shout out to the parents in a way that you're actually, raising your children at this time. Because I was telling some of the board members up here when they were talking about the WWAMI program. When you look at this now, as far as, I'm going to date myself, back when I was in residency, which has been a long time now, it was very competitive to try to get into a residency spot or even into a fellowship. I was talking to some of the physicians at Aspen last Monday when we were all doing surgery. And if you look at some of the physician spots in fellowships that are well needed, especially for my age category, which would be interventional cardiology, which is one of the major things that save us from having to have open heart surgery, 50% of their fellowships were filled only. So that left, half of it still unfilled. To me, that's a scary thought, because doctors are just becoming a shortage. And I'm not saying that because I'm a physician. It's just that I'm very thankful that these kids are deciding to go into medicine to come back and help Wyoming. I mean, that's one of the things that we all live by. We're 100 miles apart. And so, if something drastically happens, weather related, you can't get in or out, no matter what, life flight, nothing. So we need good physicians to help kind of carry on this, specifically in Wyoming, because that's one of the things that you look at that you never really think about, how far you are from some type of specialty hospital. So it's really nice, but parents and kids, it's, you got to give your guys a shout out to yourselves for raising kids, and you guys doing, the best job. I'm really proud of all of you. And so keep up the good work when it comes to that. Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Franks. Mr. Sorensen?
Can I put a plug in for becoming an accountant? Listen, kids. No. Speaking of finances, though, Chair Wright talked about the recalibration. There are some, what do they call them here? Webinars this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'm going to participate tomorrow to learn more about recalibration. And then one thing that's changing in our finances, as I've been reporting last meetings, is we're updating some things. And one thing that we have is too many checking accounts, like an excessive amount. And so slowly we're going to consolidate We have well over 40 accounts, possibly up to 70. And so we're going to be consolidating those. So as you see that happening, you'll know why. It's to be able to have better control of things and less reconciliations every month. But our CFO has it handled well, and just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Ms. Wood? Thank you. Ms. Schumacher?
Thank you. So I don't have anything on policy because unfortunately we had to cancel our meeting after the last meeting, but I'll bring something, I am sure, the next meeting on that. The only thing is I also wanted to just touch base real quick on the book, because really I feel like a lot of what was being said is, sometimes we get so stuck on the way that we're teaching to a test, and we're kind of missing the whole point of what the education is and how people are even truly learning. And so it brought to my attention that I had a conversation this summer with an elementary teacher where she had talked about play-based learning and play labs. She goes to this childhood summit, and I think she said she'd gone a couple of years now. And ultimately, she had asked that we reach out to Nikki Baldwin at the University of Wyoming because she thinks that our elementary schools could really benefit from more of this within the elementary schools. And so that kind of made me think about that conversation that I had with her and got the information. So one of the things I would like to do as a board is I'd like to reach out and maybe learn some more and see how we could put more of that into our elementary schools, especially K through 3, and of course, even Pilot View and Eastside as far as that goes.
Thanks. I think that's something maybe Mr. Gardner, you can work with Ms. Gardner on in some of our curriculum. Perfect. Okay, that's it for board reports. And let's move on to recognition. Ms. Gunter, Ms. Bolton.
Miss Bolton, can we turn the heat down, please?
Okay, let me start over. Sorry. I agree with you, Chad. I am hot and I think it got to my brain a little bit.
And I thought I was being so nice turning it up because everyone was so cold. Never again.
So we do have a lot of amazing recognitions tonight for our sports teams and some other things. So I am excited for it. First, we're going to recognize our Rock Springs High School football team. There is quite a few recognitions. So I'm going to call everybody up here, and I'd like all of the football players to stay up here till we can get a picture at the end. So we're going to start with that. The following Rock Springs High School students received all conference honors for the 2025-2026 football season. Declan Henderson. He is the second team on the offense, tight ends.
I know that.
Jordan Rodriguez. He is an honorable mention on the offense as a wide receiver. Karsten Sanchez, honorable mention on the offense as a wide receiver. Brandon Dale, second team offense on the offensive lineman. Ridge Elkins, second team offense as an offensive lineman. Hezekiah Purvis, honorable mention, offense lineman. think some of them are out in the hallway. Can you guys hear me out there to come in? Okay. Cooper Rubich, honorable mention on the offense as an offensive lineman. Kason Cahill, honorable mention on the offense as a quarterback. Boston James, first team on the offense as a running back. Caleb Prater, second team offense as a running back. Journey Padilla, honorable mention on the offense as a running back. Another one for Kason Cahill, honorable mention, offense punter. Another one for Journey Padilla, first team defense as a defensive lineman. Karsten Shazitz, an honorable mention, defense as a defensive lineman. Another one for Declan Henderson, honorable mention on the defense as a defensive lineman. Another one for Caleb Prater, first team defense as a linebacker. Boston James, second team defense as a linebacker. Carter Guard, honorable mention on the defense as a linebacker. Cameron Blake, first team on the defense as a defensive back. Santiago Cruz, second team on the defense as a defensive back. Jordan Rodriguez, honorable mention on the defense as a defensive back. Ben Fowler, honorable mention on the defense as a defensive back. Carter Price, honorable mention, a kicking specialist. Boston James, first team at-large defense. Cameron Blake, honorable mention, defense player of the year. Okay, continuing on with football, the following Rock Springs High School students received all-state honors for this football season. Boston James, second team offense as a running back. Journey Padilla, second team defense. Caleb Prater, second team defense as a linebacker. And Cameron Blake, second team defense as a defensive back. So Coach Kep and any of your coaches, if you want to come up and get a picture with your team. Oh, and the high school administrators. Congratulations. Some more exciting news for our 8th grade girls basketball team. So we're thrilled to share that our 8th grade girls basketball team is the Southwest Division champions. So I'm going to call We'll do the same thing and we'll call everybody up and then we'll get a picture at the end. So number 21, Denasia Miller. Number 1, Lillian Wild. Number 44, Sloan Dorman. Number 23, Brooklyn Wood. Number 2, Danica Delp. Number 33, Yaslin Vicencio Delgadillo. Number 25, Braylee, how do you say your last name? Bailey, sorry, Lassiter. I knew I was gonna. Number 11, Maya Larson. Number 34, Bryn Powell. Number 12, Addison Dorr. Is Coach Bedard here tonight? Is Coach Bedard here tonight? Okay. So if the Rock Springs Junior High administration would like to come up as well. Congratulations. We would like to recognize both Kennedy Scott and William Hernandez, who sat for and passed the national exams to be certified phlebotomy technicians. Upon graduation, these students will be nationally certified and able to work in all 50 states. Students have the option to take this route if they are in the HOKA Academy, and phlebotomy is a path that they can take through Western Wyoming Community College. Congratulations. Good thing the drinks didn't go everywhere. She is nothing but trouble. We like to add a little entertainment. Okay.
I'm sorry.
We would like to recognize the following students in appreciation of their citizenship and kindness during the holiday season. Antonia Cortez, Boston James, Brandon Gomez, Teague Powell, Savon Thomas, Elias Griffin, Luke Tate, Phoenix Richens, and Hezekiah Purvis. These students participated in an annual holiday tradition in which they visited local senior centers to deliver flowers and spread Christmas cheer to the elderly community members. Their willingness to give up their time and bring joy to others reflects their strong character, compassion, and a commitment to service. Their actions exemplify positive citizenships and bring pride to our school and the district. We would like to recognize their kindness and dedication to our community during the holidays.
them?
Could I have all of you in the hall or
All
out
the
there,
basketball
all the
players?
basketball players? Come on in.
This isn't you, okay. Okay.
We move this on, I know.
That's good, that's good.
That's all I can see, like, towards our computer.
Oh my gosh. They're so tall.
Did he want to add anything? Or is he- No, okay.
Still have practice.
Oh, you still have practice?
I'll be ready. All right, let's go to practice.
Let's go to practice.
Let's go to practice. Go.
Thank you. Practice time.
Go out this way. Seven.
A little bit. Okay. We'll give them just a little bit to exit and then we'll go on to our next one. Okay, we would like to recognize Ms. Stewart, Rock Springs High School English teacher, as she was the Rock Springs High School December Staff Member of the Month. Students consistently describe Ms. Stewart as someone who creates a welcoming and safe environment where they feel comfortable, accepted, and valued. Her classroom is often described as feeling like home rather than just a place to learn. Students see her as more than a teacher, but someone that they can trust, they can talk to, and feel supported both academically and personally. Ms. Stewart is known for her kindness, respect, and genuine care for students. She takes time to connect with them beyond assignments and lessons, which is especially meaningful for students who are new to the school or new to the country. Her ability to build strong relationships helps students feel a true sense of belonging. In addition to the classroom impact, Mrs. Stewart contributes greatly to the school community. She creates positive and encouraging bulletin boards throughout the school, sharing messages such as attendance matters that promote student success. She also serves as a yearbook teacher and does a fantastic job each year, preserving school memories and highlighting student experiences. Through her compassion, dedication, and commitment to students and the school community, Ms. Stewart is highly deserving of this recognition. This evening, we continue a tradition of honoring employees that have worked for Sweetwater Number 1 for 15 years. From the business office, Maravik Inman.
Thank you so much.
From Desert View Elementary, Christy Carson.
Thank you so much.
From Eastside Elementary, Alyssa Ekdahl. From Farson Elementary, Angel Smith. From Nutrition Services, Angie Aramosky. From North Park Elementary, Sandra Montoya and Devin Sloan. From Rock Springs High School, Crystal Richardson and Jennifer Reese. From Stagecoach Elementary, Megan DePorto. And from Walnut Elementary, Ramona Walls. Okay, that concludes our recognitions for this evening.
That was fast. Good work. Is my mic working? I don't hear myself. We good? Can you hear me? Okay. All right, we'll move forward with item 3, the approval of our agenda. Can I please have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including addendums? So moved. It's been moved by Mr. Garner. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Franks. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll move forward to the superintendent reports. Dr. Libby.
Good evening. So report this evening is, I was just double checking to see if it's up or not. We had the accreditation report come come through. We finally received like the whole report. And one of the things that we talked about earlier in one of the earlier workshops was we have board goals and alignment and how those align not only is for us as the school district, but also for the superintendent as part of the evaluation process. So we have some mid-year assessments that are going to be coming up. They're finishing up in January. We should have some results there in February that I can bring back and continue to update. But one of the things that I wanted to do is go through a quick review of the accreditation report. And what we did is I took the final report and I added it to the standards that you identified as far as board goals for moving forward. Same one, right? Yeah. Okay. So I won't read through it all because I think it's attached for your summary. But you had standard 1.7 focused research-based initiatives aligned with improvement plans. And the evidence for that came out of the accreditation report was district strategic plan aligned with the school improvement plans and reviewed annually by the board. Our implementation of our PLCs, cognitive coaching, MTSS, and beyond textbooks, the standard-based grading implementation in K-6 and expanding it up to the secondary, resource allocation supporting early learning, class size reduction, student achievement, teachers, the SATs, and the instructional coaches, and then the inclusive instructional model, ensuring students with disabilities have access to core academic curriculum. Our Title II funding being used towards professional development and directly related to and tied to the school improvement plan. So one of the original goals that you had identified as far as a standard was standard 1.7, and those are portions that came out of the accreditation report that identified through the evidence. The next standard was 2.5, the monitoring impact of strategies on student learning. And these were systematic processes for monitoring the instructional impact on students' learning using multiple data sources to inform decisions, interventions, and continuous learning. There's the use of the YTOP, EdMenem, Acadience, iSteep, PLC data cycles, and the MTSS progress monitoring. Our PLCs in the AMP process for identification of students and regularly analyzing that data and adjusting instruction as we move forward. The literacy gains in the K3 through Acadience and all of the elementary principals using that as far as their data-driven decision-making and how it identifies their instruction in the classrooms. The standard-based grading instruction for clarity and consistency for proficiencies. The vertical alignment of meetings to ensure continuity across the grade levels. So not just PLCs that are all self-contained within the grade, but actually going K1, 2, 3, 4 and working up through the chain so that there's some alignment that all standards are being met. And then the climate and culture data, the upbeat surveys to inform improvement planning that not only the building administration covers with their schools when the results come back, but also how they do goal setting on how to make improvements on their upbeat survey information. Standard 4.6 was informing the board in district programs and conditions. Superintendent ensures the board is well informed regarding district programs and structural initiatives, student performance trends, safety, systems, staffing, fiscal conditions, and supporting effective governance and oversight. Some of the evidence that comes out of the accreditation is the public superintendent evaluation aligns with the school boards and the outcomes, what we're talking about right now. Annual ongoing board updates on school improvement plans and progress for instructional initiatives, monthly policy reviews and collaboration with WSBA, fiscal alignment meetings between principals and the CFO tied to instructional priorities, board reporting and safety systems, and our reunification drills, our cell supports, and transparent communication regarding early stage initiatives and substantiating and sustainable needs that we have. So not only putting things in place, but also having the fiscal responsibility that these aren't just one and done programs, that we can contain these programs so that those initiatives actually have the opportunity to start having long-term effect. Standard 12.1, participation in community organization and activities. Activities engaging community organizations and stakeholders to support students, families, district priorities through meaningful partnership and open communication. This is a partnership with Sweetwater County School Foundation and supporting the scholarships and activities and accesses there through Carrie's Access Awards. Our community coffee chats and public comment, collaboration with local media to highlight district achievement, partnership with addressing food insecurity, mental health, and wraparound services, community and workshop partnerships supporting CTE pathways and certification, repurposing the district facilities to serve community and at-risk students or at-risk student needs, and Cowboys Against Cancer support. Then standards 13.14, ongoing professional learning and leadership development, demonstrates distinguished leadership in professional learning by embedding leadership development and reflective practices throughout the district, building long-term capacity and effective efficacy. And we talk about district-wide cognitive coaching training for administrators and director, embedding PLC structures with rotating teacher leadership, summer academy, book studies, leadership, coaching, and those all being aligned with professional development offerings. Administrators' participation in PD alongside teachers, modeling continuous learning, distributed leadership through SAT, our support teams, teacher committees, and PLC facilitation, an observable cultural shift with management and empowerment to instructional leadership. One of the overall statements was based on those reviews. The evidence demonstrates that there's a performance across the board, that the goals that are being met, that you've identified, are being met through the accreditation and the work that we're doing from the district office and across the building. Systems are aligned, research-based, and monitoring for impact, transparency, governance, and communication, community engagement, embedded leadership development, position the district to be sustainable and improvement, and contain gains for all students in their learning. So this was a review of a summary of that, of just the one report, that 5-year accreditation report. And I believe we have the 2020 report, I think, is online. We will be posting this one online as well. It's a community report, so we will post that online. So I wanted to offer that as a reflection of the work that's being done, not only from the district, but really the work that's being done here is a reflection of the work that's happening in the classrooms and at the schools. What we've done at the district level is removed obstacles for them just to get the work completed. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Let's move on to item 5 on the agenda, our communications and correspondence. Thank you for attending today's board meeting and for your continued engagement with the district. As we move forward into the public comment portion, we kindly ask that each speaker limit their comments to one opportunity. If you have already submitted written comments, we kindly request that you refrain from addressing the board again on the same topic. All written comments will be posted in the written public comment section of the agenda for review by all attendees, including trustees. Speakers may comment on district policies, operations, and programs, or other matters that relate directly to the school district and the board's business. We ask that issues that are not of general importance to the broader community or relevant to the board's governance of the district should be addressed through appropriate administrative channels. Comments regarding the performance or employment of individual district employees are not permitted during public comment. Formal complaints about school personnel may be submitted to the Board of Trustees in accordance with policy KLD and using the form in KLD-E. Staff complaints or grievances should follow the procedures outlined in policy GBM. Comments regarding individual students will not be permitted. The district's legally prohibited from discussing confidential student matters in a public forum. If you are unable to finish your comments within the allotted 3 minutes, we invite you to submit the remainder in writing to the superintendent or board chair. These submissions will be shared with all board members after the meeting and will receive a response in the same manner as public comments. With that, I direct your attention to the written public comments. We did receive 2, and we will open it to in-person public comments. Good evening, board. I'm Cole Stephanie. I'm here as a parent and a community member. I'm here to provide some information on the vacancy notice of Sweetwater County School District Number 1, along with the other. So I'm here to go over with the other 10 large school districts of the state. Following this meeting, there will be 39 certified positions available to be filled within this district. The remaining list includes Laramie County Community District Number 1, 8 openings, Natrona County District Number 1, 7 openings, Campbell County District Number 1, 2 openings, Sweetwater County School District Number 1, being us as number 4, 39 openings, Albany County School District Number 1, 1 opening, Sheridan County School District Number 2, 2 openings. However, they are also looking for a new superintendent if anybody were to be curious. Lincoln County School District Number 2, 0. Teton County School District Number 1, 0. Uinta County School District Number 1, 0. Fremont County School District Number 25, 3. Sweetwater County School District Number 2, 0. I'm here asking, at what point as a board do you guys start to question leadership? There is a reason that we have 39 available open positions when the 10 other large districts in this state combine for a total of 23. There is a climate issue within this district. At what point do we start to question that and hold administrative individuals accountable? When do we hold the district board accountable? 39 positions are now either unfilled or being filled by people that do not hold the qualifications to be a certified teacher. That directly affects our students, our outcomes. Those are teachers that are not in the school district to make sure those kids are safe because they are not being trained on this. I am not putting down the people that are filling those positions. Thank goodness they are around because otherwise we would have nothing for our students. 39 openings. This is not a new phenomenon. This has gone on for several years. Last year alone, this district lost over 40 individuals to retirement or resignation. There has never once been an open discussion as to where these people have gone or why we are losing them. This is a requirement of our district. On our board website, the WSBA District Leaders Evaluation and Metric, including the superintendent, states Standard 4C. They create and maintain a positive climate with a trusting, safe environment that promotes effective student learning and adult practice. Standard 5A, recruit, hire, support, develop, and retain effective and caring teachers and other professional staff and form them into an effective team. Standard 6B, establish a culture in which exemplary ethical behavior is expected and practiced by all faculty, staff, students, and volunteers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Hibbs. If you're sick of seeing me standing here, let me just tell you, I'm sick of being here too. Not that I don't love everyone here. I have given almost the identical comment probably 3 times, and I'm just going to be more direct with you. There is a lot of talk about what parents need to be doing differently as far as giving the district a chance, reaching out, emailing. I'm going to only speak for myself. It's not working. I have been really strong to not let my emotions show to you guys, but I'm just going to ask you guys, what do you think we're doing? Do you think we just enjoy, and I say we because I've heard a lot of people, I've been referred to as a team leader, that we attack people who don't agree with us. I've been called a bully. I've been told that I am a horrible person. These are all either people I know, these are from people who've never spoken to me. So I'm not sure. There's some employees that you guys have in the district who have said very unkind things about parents who are simply asking for change. I'm a parent of a child who at 9 years old, and I guess you can stop me if you need to, had suicidal ideation. There are multiple people up here who knew about this, who didn't answer emails, who didn't listen. I'm not the only parent whose child thought about this, and we've lost children. Please stop putting the blame on parents for being negative. We've been told we have personal vendettas, toxic negativity. I gain nothing from being here other than trying to create change. If you go back and listen to all of the public comments in the last year, that's how long I've been attending, from parents, at least the parents who are regularly here, they're always quoting policies. We're not sitting here name calling. We're not sitting here just being negative. We're not sitting here with personal vendettas. We're asking for policies to be followed, and that is board governance. Policy is under your realm of things to do. I personally, in the last 30 days, have filed 2 complaints internally. They've not been followed. One of them, I didn't get a response. The other one, policy has not been followed. It was resolved without me even involved. There was no investigation. Please ask yourselves if there is more that could be done. Please stop pointing fingers at parents for just being negative. We're not. We care about our students just the way you do, probably even more because there are students. Please ask yourself what more could be done on your end as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hibbs. Excuse me. Further public comment?
Superintendent, Dr. Libby, and board members. First off, thank you for addressing the shirts that you wore last time. I thought it was really confusing to see you wear them. But I also had a question first about QPR and suicide prevention. How many of you have completed QPR training through the district or on your own? How many times have you completed it? Mental health first aid. Were you invited to the recent in-service for QPR training for the district? As I know, that was previously offered for board members to attend some of those trainings with district staff as a good opportunity. Did the central office and cabinet staff, including Dr. Libby, attend any of these sessions? Suicide prevention is more than just a shirt and more than a slogan. It's not just for kids, it's for adults who work with them every day. You are in the business of people and education, and that should mean something. It's hard to reconcile listening to you talk about Lee Pritzel and tell me something good and not to say, how are you, while wearing shirts that have performative gestures like wearing suicide prevention shirts without doing the deeper work. How many of you have called the 988 suicide hotline? Now to the building purchase in CTE, I appreciate some more of the information, but I feel like this should have been discussed before. Why was this not disclosed or discussed before the board vote? Where is the contract? When will we get to see it? Why was there no public process, no committee work, and no opportunity for community input? What is the renovation cost? How long will renovations take? When will students actually be in the building? Will Yellowstone become a school zone? How will this impact the freshman campus? Students often take CTE classes because of the teachers and relationships, not just the subject matter. Will this change, limit opportunities for some students and their success? We were told that the district is cash rich. If that's true, why was this rushed through without transparency and without public discussion? Dr. Libby, you mentioned benchmarks, limits, and red line numbers for that district with ADMs. We know this is a big discussion coming up with legislation. Will you be sharing those? Why wasn't any of this part of the 4-day week conversation we heard in the board workshop? Also, when the state superintendent was here recently, she mentioned that things that districts will have to do in order to keep a 4-day week. Why wasn't that part of the conversation? I am not here to be anti-CTE or to pick apart you, that you might want to pretend that sometimes we are here to pick apart. I am here for transparency, pro-student, pro-community questions, because we can and should do big things, but we should not do them in the dark.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. Further public comment?
Hello, Superintendent Libby and trustees. One of the things I wanted to bring up is, I've noticed in our agendas now, because, I come to every meeting pretty much, but the consent agenda, we're just putting everything kind of in a lump, A, B, C, D, E, F, and we're going to pass them all at the same time, which it makes it harder for people to go through. I mean, we can go through and look at every line item, but people are busy trying to live their lives and take care of their kids and do the best they can. So I think it's better when we discuss the things, and I know it's probably in the interest of time. But I did notice that on line item D, when we're looking at new courses and change proposals, is the board going to make a public description of these courses for public input? In previous meeting, we had talked about the curriculum, being online, which the curriculum that I was looking for was not online. I was sent some information on it. Thank you for that. So I was able to look into that. But I think it's important that the parents have access to the curriculum of what their kids are being taught. It helps us to be proactive. We can have better conversations with our kids. So I think that it is really important that we know, where we're getting all, we know like Horizons, but there could be a lot more information for us to help us with that. And then I also wondered why there's a document for conflict of interest in line item E on that consent agenda. Can you explain why the document's attached to this finance approval document for transparency? So that's what I have for the board.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. Further public comment? Further public comment? Further public comment? Okay. I'm not seeing any. We will move on to any responses to previous month's public comments. Dr. Libby.
I think several of the public comments that were given last month were actually directed towards the board. And there was one that was a personnel, and we reached out individually for that. So I don't have a response for any of the public comment.
Okay, great. As far as this month's public comment, tried to take some notes here and we'll make sure that we follow up accordingly. We will move on to item 6, which is the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion, unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. So with that in mind, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented and/or amended?
If you want to pull something, we need to.
We'll do the first and second. Yep.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gardner. With that, I'm going to start on one topic. I'm going to declare a conflict of interest on check 100180522.
I too am going to declare a conflict of interest on check number 100180498.
I would like to declare a conflict of interest on check 1001-80960.
Declared conflict of interest on check 1001-80504.
And I'll declare conflict of interest on check number 1001-80699.
So just in transparency, those are the checks for the WSBA annual conference reimbursement and mileage for Mr. Garner. And with that, Dr. Libby, do you have a comment response for, the conflict of interest statement?
Yes, absolutely. So the conflict of interest in public investment disclosure is a policy is this a policy? No, it's just state law. This is no public officer or public servant who invests public funds or unit of government or who has the authority to decide how public funds are invested shall transact any personal business with, receive any fiduciary benefit from, or have any financial interest in any entity other than the governmental entity unless it has been disclosed the benefit of interest. This is the conflict of interest policy. The public officer or public servant shall make the written disclosure prior to investing any public funds in any entity other than the governmental entity which provides the services related to the investment, has financial interest in any security or of the investment. A violation of the subsection is a misdemeanor punishable with $750 fine. So basically, this is identifying any type of conflict of interest that could come between a board member or any funds or financial investments that occur within the school district. And then, I'm sorry? Or, yes, or where they personally bank. And then it is signed off on.
Thank you. With that, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, Josh, did you want to?
I'd like to pull item D.
Okay, we will hold item D and come back to that. We will move forward to approve the consent agenda minus item D. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. And item D, Mr. Sorensen, do you have?
Yeah,
Discussion.
I'm just, I'm not an agriculture guy, and I am excited about the idea, but I just want to hear a little more about what does agriculture 1 through 4 look like? It intrigues me. So I don't know if you share a little bit and what kind of interest we have from students and what kind of teachers we'll have to add, or if we have teachers already teach it. I think it's just a neat opportunity. I want to understand more. So.
Ms. Garner?
Thank you for asking me to come up here, but I did not. It's red.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am I good? Okay. I didn't bring the course descriptions with me, but the way the process works, schools bring a proposal in October, and then we review all the documents. They type state standards, and then we invite the department chairs in to discuss all of the proposed courses, and then the cabinet team and anyone involved, special ed, EL, everyone is there to hear about these proposed classes. Many of them we've piloted. And so like during that year, and then we put it through the new course proposal process. So we're super excited. Agriculture 1, 2, 3, and 4 was something that was out at Farson. But what we're trying to do is make sure that they are in all of our handbooks so that we can welcome our courses into our main campus as well, especially now that we know we're going to be able to open more CTE offerings. So many of these are, like we had several classes where we had 1, 2, and 3, or like textiles, we had 1 and 2, but it's been wildly popular. So now we were able to add textiles 3 and 4. Same with autos, 5 and 6. And so that's kind of how that works. But if you need any further information, I can present on it next meeting, or you're always welcome to reach out to me.
Yeah, I just think in a world where programs are getting cut, I think it's neat that we're adding some. Do we know the history? Did we have agriculture once upon a time? And this is totally new to us?
I don't know if we've had it here in town.
No, my understanding is that if it has, it's been significantly past anyone's memory. We do have a significant number of classes that can fall into agriculture,
Sure.
Particularly any of your wildlife management, your trail management, your water management courses. Large ranch animal falls in there. You have industrial tech that falls into that, or large equipment for diesel that will fall into it. I guess one of the reasons why I asked this to come forward is every space, every place I've ever been, I've had an ag teacher at the high school. I got an ag teacher out at Farson, which is the perfect spot, but we're in Wyoming and this is ranching community and it is natural resources and it's ecology. And we have the opportunity to engage our students in a pastime that they care deeply about. And if you can have one of your pastimes be your employment, it's always nice to be able to go to work and enjoy what you do. So the reason for pushing for this and wanting an agricultural course kind of goes along with the same location as where the CT program is. We're right out next to the fairgrounds. We could have an equine course. I wonder why we don't have a rodeo club or a fly fishing club at the high school. Like these are the things that connect to our students. You can actually turn some of these into career. So I think if we have the capabilities of expanding and we have an interest in that area, then by having these opportunities go through for a course description, we don't have to delay or wait. If we get enough kids that are significantly engaged, we can immediately go and start teaching those classes.
It doesn't necessarily mean that we're adding new staff at all.
Okay.
It just, teachers, put forth ideas that they'd like to see us offer. We put it through the process. We have them in our catalog. And then if the opportunity arises that we can teach those classes, they're definitely available and ready to go.
Great. I hope we do. And I pulled this out not because I have any concerns. I really just think it's worth highlighting.
For sure.
The desire to provide more for our kids. That's just, so thank you for all you guys do.
Absolutely. We actually have a meeting coming up here a little bit closer to the end of the month with the community college in Lander. So the community college in Lander has a whole career course of study through wildlife and wildlife management. And there's a significant number of students up in Farson that have shown interest in game management, wildlife management, ranching, and then trail management. So we reached out. I always forget that Farson is just as close to Lander as we are to Farson. So 45 minutes one way, 45 minutes the other. And our program down here does not offer any of these core subjects. So we're going to reach out to them. And if it's an opportunity that continues to engage our students and creates a pathway for them to go to college, then that's what we're here for. So we're going to reach out and see if we can make a strong connection there with them as well.
Thank you.
Yes. If you ever want to see it, stop by. I'll share all the deets with you. So.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Sorensen. With that item being held, I need to ask for a motion to approve item D, the new course and change proposals for the 2026-2027 school year. Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Sorensen and a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gardner. Any further discussion? Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. With that, moving on to item 7, we have the vacancy notice posted there, the January 2026 Head Start Governing Board report, and the trustee committees posted again there for information's sake. And we will move on to item number 8, and I'll ask for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Schumacher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Garner. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. And I will say that I am not expecting any action upon our return.
But it's your favorite.
Good. Excellent. Can we please have a motion to return to the regular meeting? It's been moved by Mr. Gardner. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Franks. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And if we can please have a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion.
Been motion by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Gardner. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting's closed at 10:07.